time for Dodger baseball. Live from Dodger Stadium, Sportsnet LA presents the Dodgers as they take on the Colorado Rockies. Hi, everybody, and a very pleasant evening to you, I hope, wherever you are. It's not raining here. They had the tarp on. They've taken the tarp off. There were actually some holes in the sky and some blue up there, as well as the usual rain. We know that it's rained all over Southern California, thank goodness, but it looks like we're going to get the ball game in for sure. For Colorado, a team that is in last place, 9.5 games behind the Dodgers, a team that has lost 11 in a row. Back in 1993, they lost 13 in a row, so they still haven't reached that low water mark. For the Dodgers, having had their streak snapped, nevertheless, they've beaten Colorado all 5 times this year, and going back to last year, they've beaten Colorado 8 straight. On the mound, a former pitcher for Colorado, Brett Anderson for the Dodgers. Dodgers won 2-1 his last time out against his old club. He went 5 strong innings and allowed only 1 run. It was unearned. Chad Bettis, a right-hander, just called up from the minor leagues. He'll be on the mound for Colorado. One other note, the starting pitchers during the losing streak for Colorado, the earned run average is 7.8. We'll get to the ball game and a whole lot more coming up right after this. be. The big story is it is not raining at Dodger Stadium, although it is raining all over Southern California, thank the good Lord. Meanwhile, the visiting Colorado Rockies are here, minus their manager, Walt Weiss. The bench coach, Tommy Reynolds, who is in his 7th year as the bench coach, will take over. Walt Weiss was at the hospital. He was in the ballpark yesterday in Anaheim, not feeling well the night before, and then yesterday he left Anaheim at the ballpark at 4 o'clock, went to the hospital, had an appendectomy. We understand that Walt is resting comfortably in a hotel here in Los Angeles. So in his stead, here's Tommy Reynolds' lineup, which I'm sure would follow the wishes of Walt Weiss. Charlie Blackmon opens up in center field, Carlos Gonzalez in right, and Troy Tulowitzki at short. Nolan Arenado at third, Willen Rosario at first, Corey Dickerson in left, Nick Hundley the catcher, DJ LeMahieu at second, and Chad Bettis just called up from Albuquerque on the mound. On the mound for the Dodgers, it's Anderson, and Brett's first pitch in for a strike to Charlie Blackmon. Brett with a victory over his old club. Anderson played for Colorado back in last year in 2014. With the count 0-1, he misses, and that balances the books. 1 ball and 1 strike. Charlie Blackmon's face is almost disappearing. The combination of the helmet down and the beard up. A very talented center fielder, left-hand batter. And the 1-1 pitch on the way, swung on and fouled off. During this series, 4-game series, Charlie Blackmon and Jimmy Rollins of the Dodgers are 2 of the best players in the majors in combining speed and power. Going back to last year and this, Blackmon has 24 home runs, 32 stolen bases. Jimmy Rollins has 20 home runs and 31 home runs and 31 stolen bases. The next pitch missing, and a 2-ball, 2-strike count to Charlie Blackmon. On deck, Carlos Gonzalez, followed by Troy Tulowitzki. Anderson works quickly. The left-hander slider is punched inside third and down the line. Blackmon around the bag and jams on the brakes. So Blackmon hit on the fists and stays inside the ball, as the hitters say, and singles inside third. Didn't get a full swing on it. Nevertheless, it rolls on through. So the leadoff single, and Charlie Blackmon, to bring him up to date this year, has stolen 4 out of 6. And the batter now will be Carlos Gonzalez. So Cargo, as they call him, missing 92 games last year and off to a very slow start. So with Blackmon aboard, here is Gonzalez. And the left-hand hitter waiting. Anderson a look over at Blackmon. Looks again. Now comes to the plate. And the pitch is low. Cargo showing bunt and let it go by. Carlos Gonzalez during the last homestand was just 1 for 7. And that brings up the point for the Rockies. They're 4-9 at home. And about the same on the road, 7-10. 1 ball and no strikes to Carlos Gonzalez. Anderson, a high kick, and this time he goes to first. On his first pitch to Gonzalez, Charlie Blackmon was racing back to the bag, and then on the throw to first, Charlie went back head first. So quite a battle going on right now between Anderson and Blackmon. The next pitch is taken inside. So a 2 ball and no strike count to Carlos Gonzalez. Gonzalez was 0 for 13 when he got a base hit last night. Charlie Blackmon off the bag, held on by Gonzalez. Slow breaking ball in for a strike, and the count 2-1. So Brett Anderson out of Midland, Texas, still lives in the state. Originally signed by the Diamondbacks, came up with the A's, and then had 1 year with the Rockies. Brett out of his stretch, another look, high kick and a throw to first. Blackmon reads that one well and gets back to the bag easily enough. Again, Blackmon off the bag. He's a very good base runner. There he goes. The off-speed pitch is grounded to the right side. No play on Blackmon because he was going. So they run Blackmon as Gonzalez grounds out. And with one down, Rockies have a runner at second base. Will set the Dodgers with the leather. Adrian Gonzalez and Howie Kendrick, Jimmy Rollins and Juan Uribe making a start at third. Scott Van Slyke, Jock Peterson, Andre Ethier in the outfield, Yasmani Grandal behind the plate. So now Troy Tulowitzki coming up. Tulowitzki now has his batting average at .303. 2 home runs, 11 runs batted in. So Tulo, a power to be reckoned with, of course, checking in. He's hit over 300, 313 to be exact, since early in April, and takes a big slow curveball high, ball one. So Blackmon at second base, 1 out, first inning, no score. For the Rockies, they have been exactly that, rocky. Here's the 1-0 pitch on the way. In the dirt, gets away. Randall has to go to the backstop to get it, and Blackmon advances to third. The Rockies started the year by winning 4 straight. And they moved along and they won 7 out of 9, and then it was a disaster. On the wild pitch, Grandal had to go back and get it. Blackmon's at third. And of late, the Rockies have lost 17 of the last 21. Stu Cole, the third base coach, talking as Blackmon walks down the line. Tommy Runnels, meanwhile, running things in the dugout in the absence of Walt Weiss. Out of a stretch goes Anderson, and the fastball at the knees for a strike. And they count 2-1. So Blackmon at third, 1 out, first inning, no score. The Rockies have lost 11 straight. Their first year back in 1993, they lost 13 in a row. Next one in the dirt, good block by Grandal, and a 3-1 count. Game 2 tomorrow night, that'll be Kershaw and Butler. Saturday night, Greinke and De La Rosa. And the final game, Bolsinger and Kendrick. A lot of the club bundled up, including a clean-shaven Kershaw. 3-1 the count to Troy Tulowitzki. Anderson ready, left-handed delivers, and a high fly ball slicing down the right field line. Ethier comes over, and it's foul, and not by much. Just outside the foul pole and back into the stands. So 3-2 the count, and Tulo coming back. Of course, Tulowitzki has always been a power to deal with whenever you play Colorado, and nothing has changed. So he almost put 2 on the board with that swing. So Tulowitzki, the boy from Sunnyvale, has been with the Rockies since 2006. Every now and then we'll talk about a player who spent 8, 9, 10 years in the minors. Tulowitzki, he spent 14 months. He is that rare player who was able to move into the big leagues almost as soon as he had signed a deal. 3-2, Troy checks up, and it's going to be strike 3 on a half swing. So Tulowitzki, fooled on the pitch, tried to hold up and strikes out. Good curveball. It wound up in the dirt, and Tulowitzki unable to hold back. So 2 out, a runner at third. Nolan Arenado coming up, and you certainly expect Arenado to get contact. He has only struck out 11 times. He's had a good 120, 125 plate appearances. 6 of his home runs, in fact all 6, have been hit against right-handers. He hits a ground ball to Gonzalez. He'll go to the bag, and the Rockies come up empty and lead Blackmon at third base. So no runs, 1 hit, a man left, and at the end of half an inning, Colorado nothing, and the Dodgers coming up. Charlie Blackmon at third base. Now we'll take a look at Don Mattingly's lineup and see how they come back. Jock Peterson leading off in center field. Jimmy Rollins at short and Howie Kendrick at second. Adrian Gonzalez at first. Scott Van Slyke in left. Yasmani Grandal the catcher. Andre Ethier in right. Juan Uribe at third. Brett Anderson on the mound. On the mound for Colorado, Chad Bettis out of Lubbock, Texas. Went to school at Texas Tech. Second-round pick by the Rockies 5 years ago. And just called up from Albuquerque to make this start. Chad into the windup. Right-hander deals. And Jock takes outside. The Rockies load up the right side on Peterson. So Arenado is all alone wide of the bag at third. And Tulo over second base. Slicing fly ball. Dickerson right there. Corey makes the catch. So Peterson a fly ball to left. And just like that, one out. We'll set the Rockies defensively. Willen Rosario at first. DJ LeMahieu at second. Troy Tulowitzki at short. Nolan Arenado at third. Corey Dickerson in left. Charlie Blackmon in center. Carlos Gonzalez in right. Nick Hundley handling Chad Bettis. So Jimmy Rollins coming up. One out, bottom of the first inning. Rollins struggling, hitting 172. Getting close to 900 RBIs. He has 892. And again, they load up for Rollins. Kind of angry skies overhead. It looks like they're swollen with water. Rollins, meanwhile, drives one to right center and deep. On the dead run as Gonzalez can't get it. It bounces against the wall, and Rollins will hold on with a long double. Carlos Gonzalez racing towards right center, couldn't get there. So Rollins has a stand-up double. The ball was still in play, but wisely with one out, he held up at second base. So Rollins got a ball down and drilled it. Gonzalez the closest man to it, but he was still 2 or 3 feet away. Led by the cheering of Yasiel Puig. The Dodgers have a man at second, and here now is Adrian Gonzalez. Bettis set at the belt, looks at second, delivers in a check swing foul, and the count 0-1 to Howie Kendrick. So Kendrick swinging a hot stick, and the Dodgers hoping that he can deliver. He's been hitting .394 at Dodger Stadium this year, and he was 1 for 4 in his game yesterday. He hits one into right field for a base hit. Stopping at third is Rollins, and the Dodgers now have runners at first and third with one out, and Adrian Gonzalez coming up. So the Dodgers gone right after Chad Bettis, a 26-year-old right-hander, and a double and a single, and the Dodgers now are in business. So Kendrick continues his remarkable hitting at Dodger Stadium. And we have runners at first and third, one out, bottom of the first inning. Adrian Gonzalez had an 11-game hitting streak snapped yesterday. They shut him down pretty well yesterday. It wasn't like he was robbed of a hit. He had one fly ball, and that was it. So Gonzalez up there, first and third, one out, first inning, no score. Bettis out of his stretch, and the fastball low and away. Nice save by Hundley. The sky continues to muscle up. The tarp has already been on the infield, rolled up. You rarely see it unrolled, but we saw it tonight. The 1-0 pitch, a throw to first. Kendrick diving back to the bag. Dodgers with a 5-game lead over San Diego. They are 15-3 at home. And they've beaten Colorado, as we mentioned, 8 straight times going back to last year, 5 straight this year, all told. The 1-0 pitch on the way. Gonzalez slices one foul off third down the line, and that will go back into the stands. If you joined us a little late, Charlie Blackmon led off with a ground single to left. took second on a ground ball, was wild pitch to third. Tulowitzki struck out, and Arenado grounded out, and the Rockies left a man at third. Now the Dodgers with one out had Rollins double, single by Kendrick, and a 1-ball, 1-strike count to Adrian Gonzalez. Bettis ready, and the pitch down and away, ball 2, 2-1. In his young major league career, right-hand batters have hit .361 against him, and left-handers .301. And normally, and it's happened tonight, he's hit hard early in the count. Here's the 2-1 pitch to Adrian, fouled away. A career batting average against him early in the count. By that, when the count's 1 ball and no strikes or no balls and 1 strike, the hitters have put up a .416 batting average against him. Interesting, too, when the Rockies had Jordan Pacheco as the catcher, Bettis had a 0 earned run average in about 11 innings. But Pacheco's now with Arizona. 2-2 pitch is low. 3-2 the count. So the next pitch just missing at the knees. Bettis looks in, getting a sign. Gonzalez trying to pick up somebody with runners at first and third, and Scott Van Slyke on deck. And the pitch is whacked into right field. That's going to roll to the bullpen gate. So Rollins scores easily. They are waving Kendrick in. The throw to the plate. Kendrick is in there with the run. A double for Adrian Gonzalez, and the Dodgers lead 2-0. So Jimmy Rollins and Howie Kendrick come home as Gonzalez comes up with 2 RBIs. And for Adrian, that gives him 32 runs batted in, driving one into the right field corner. By the time Gonzalez went to the bullpen gate, Rollins had already scored, and right behind him was Howie Kendrick. So 2-0 Dodgers first inning, and here now is Scott Van Slyke. Van Slyke, who has done a tremendous job, hitting .365, swings and doesn't get the first pitch, and the count 0-1. Two runs, 3 hits for the Dodgers in the first inning. Van Slyke hitting .471 here at Dodger Stadium. Strike one pitch is popped up in foul ground. Coming back for it is Hundley right at the base of the screen, and it's on the other side of the screen. So Nick will put the gear back on. Nolan Arenado will go back to third, and Van Slyke concentrating on hitting. No balls and 2 strikes. Last year, when Bettis was doing reasonably well, he did exceptionally well when he got ahead of the hitters. Well, he's ahead of Van Slyke 0-2. Looks back at Adrian Gonzalez, and a check swing. They look over, and no swing, says Mike Winters, the first base umpire. 1-2 the count. Mike Muchlinski is the plate umpire, only his 3rd year. Graduated from the University of Washington in speech communications. Made his major league debut back in 2006. 1-2 the count. Van Slyke waiting. Right-hand hitter takes very high up around the eyes, and a 2-ball, 2-strike count. Chad Bettis last year was hit very hard in the first 25 pitches of a game. Well, he's made 16 pitches, and he's given up 2 doubles and a single. 2-2 pitch, bad ball, chased and missed. It was down and away, and Scotty went after it for the second out. So that will bring up Yasmani Grandal with the Dodgers 2 on the board and a runner in scoring position. The breeze tonight is contrary to the normal breeze. This one blowing from right to left. Normally here it's left to right, but it's not a normal night. As we come up 7:30, 2-0 Dodgers, first inning. Bettis delivers fastball away, ball 1. 1-0. Yasmani Grandal with 4 home runs, 15 runs batted in, and has been hitting the ball very well the last couple of weeks. He's also getting close and takes a look at a breaking ball for a strike, 1-1. Trying to get Gonzalez home for a 16th run batted in. Adrian, by the way, out there at second base when he doubled in the 2 runs in his career. He now has 998 ribbies. 1-1 pitch on the way. Grandal takes a strike. So with the few hitters, the Rockies have loaded up the side. They loaded up on Rollins. They loaded up on Kendrick. They loaded up on Gonzalez. They have loaded up on Grandal. 1-2 the count. Grandal holding that bat out in front, waiting for Bettis. Now Chad's ready. And the next pitch, a grounder to first, picked up there by Rosario, and he takes it to the bag. But the Dodgers get 2 in the first inning. Adrian Gonzalez doubled in Rollins and Kendrick. And at the end of an inning, it's the Dodgers 2 and the Rockies nothing. Nothing. Brett Anderson, who is definitely a ground ball pitcher. Dallas Keuchel leads with Houston at 63, and Brett Anderson is right there with him in the percentage of ground balls as opposed to fly balls. Those numbers don't always hold up, and case in point yesterday was Jared Cosart. First pitch to Rosario, a long fly ball to right. Going back to the track is Eve here. It is gone. So Wilin Rosario hits the first pitch into the right field seats on a cool night and against the wind. So Rosario hits it out, and just like that, it's 2-1 Dodgers for Rosario. That would be his second home run of the year, and that thing just jumped out of here. So Rosario leading off, which means the leadoff man Blackman singled to start the game. And now Rosario leads off with a home run. 2-1 Dodgers. Corey Dickerson coming up. Just to get back to that ground ball thing, and wouldn't you know, Anderson gives up the home run. Cosart, who was a ground ball pitcher, had 1 ground ball yesterday in 6 innings. The first pitch now to Dickerson is down and away, ball 1. Wilin Rosario, a catcher and first baseman out of Borneo in the Dominican Republic, hits it out to get the Rockies on the board. The 1-0 pitch on the way is swung on and missed, and a 1-ball, 1-strike count. The clouds get thicker and bigger and more ominous as the minutes tick by. It's only 7:34. We had a report 90% chance of rain coming at 9 o'clock. We'll see. Breaking ball is down and away, and a 2-ball, 1-strike count. Another note on a sinker ball of Brett Anderson. That's the 3rd home run that he's allowed in 31 innings. Brett ready. Almost pitches from a stretch. He just rocks and delivers. Comes with a good sinker, swung on and missed. And the count to Corey Dickerson, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Corey's had a dozen multi-hit games. Last 5 games, he's had 8 hits. And he's had 3 consecutive 2-hit games. So Dickerson on the heels of the home run. He'll be followed by the right-hand hitting Nick Hundley. Anderson delivers a chopper to the right side. Hendrick a tricky hop. How he stays with it. And we have 1 down here in the 2nd inning. Nick Hundley will be coming up.
Number 4, Nick Hundley.
Hundley had a 13-game hitting streak since April the 20th. He had that ended in Anaheim last night. So Nick has his average up to 325. It's 2-1 Dodgers. Top of the 2nd inning, 1 out. The Rockies trying to snap an 11-game losing streak. Beat the Dodgers, who have beaten them 8 straight, going back to last year and all 5 this year. First pitch to Hundley, in for a strike. So Troy Tulowitzki, one of the leaders, has been a silent leader for a while. There was a big report, and it kind of shook everybody up, not to mention the people in Denver. But apparently a story in the New York papers saying that Tulowitzki didn't want to play for Colorado anymore. It's a desperate situation. It's a team that's not going anywhere, and he didn't like the ride. Strike 2 pitch is swung on and missed. That takes care of Hundley, and we have 2 down. However, the report now is all of that has been soothed down, and Troy will be out there giving it his best shot day in and day out for the Rockies. But you do understand the pride of a player, especially if you're a star, and everybody else gets the applause and you're on a last place team. DJ LeMahieu with 2 down, 2nd inning, 2-1 favor of the Dodgers. LeMahieu, right-hand hitter, has a look at a pitch just off the plate. Ball 1, 1-0. LeMahieu, good hitter, batting .327 with a home run and 14 runs batted in. The 1-0 pitch on the way, and LeMahieu fouls it away off the edge of the dugout roof of the Rockies. 1 ball and 1 strike. LeMahieu, kind of big for what you would picture a second baseman, but nevertheless, he was a Gold Glove last year. He's 6'4". The 1-1 pitch on the way is swung on and missed. 1-2 the count. LeMahieu went to school at LSU, drafted by the Cubs, was born in Visalia. Moved to Las Vegas when he was 7, moved on to Madison, Wisconsin, and then to Bloomfield Hills. 1-2 pitch at his feet goes to the backstop, and a 2-ball, 2-strike count. LeMahieu, when he was a junior in high school, won all kinds of awards. Gatorade Player of the Year, Louisville Slugger Player of the Year for the state of Michigan. Tigers wanted him, but he went to LSU instead. 2-2 pitch hit slowly to the right side. Kendrick is on it to get him, and that's that. But that, in capital letters, a home run to right field by Willen Rosario. And at the end of an inning and a half, Dodgers 2, Rockies 1. Dodger 65 World Championship, hosting an old-timers game. Former Dodger greats will be here, and you can be one of the first 40,000 fans and receive a 1965 World Series replica ring presented by Security Benefit. Visit Dodgers.com/oldtimers. First pitch swung on, hit foul by Andre Ethier, and the count 0-1. Ethier swinging at the first pitch reminds us Willen Rosario hit his home run on the first pitch. Last year, Rosario hit .329 on the first pitch. Ethier, meanwhile, drives one down the right field line into the corner. Gonzalez over to get it, and Andre into second base with a double. That's the third Dodger double of their 4 hits. So Ethier doubles in the corner. And just to conclude the thought on Rosario, last year, 6 of his 13 home runs were hit on the first pitch. So the Dodgers have to be very careful and have already been burned by him in his first at-bat in the series. So with a runner at second and nobody out, the return of Juan Uribe, hitting .257. Uribe, at one time a member of the Rockies, veteran right-hand hitter at the plate. Bettis delivers and misses inside with a fastball. 1 ball and no strikes. So for the Dodgers, third base has been a revolving door. Alex Guerrero, Justin Turner, and now back to Uribe. The 1 ball, no strike count from Chad Bettis. Right-handed delivers, and that's hit foul down the right field line. 1-1 the count to Juan Uribe. Uribe originally signed by the Rockies in 1997 and actually played for them way back in 2001. Some raindrops now are starting to fall, not enough to chase the fans in the exposed seats, but it is starting. The 1-1 count, and the pitch is taken low and inside, ball 2, 2-1. We were talking about the first pitch and Willen Rosario as the clouds gather and a few raindrops come down. Ethier doubled on the second pitch, but Andre is hitting over 700 on the first pitch. Ethier takes his lead. Uribe takes low, ball 3. In fact, hitting on the first pitch, Andre Ethier is 8 for 11 this year. So the Dodgers have to be careful with Rosario, and the Rockies have to be careful with Ethier. 3-1 the count to Uribe. Bettis ready. Chad delivers. Fastball fouled away. Pretty good fastball at 92 and down. And Uribe got a little bit of it. Fouled it off. Dodgers in first place, 5 games in front of San Diego. The Rockies in last place, 9.5 back of the Dodgers. Here's the 3-2 pitch coming up. Bettis ready and deals. Swung on. Chopper foul outside at third. And the count stays 3-2. For Nolan Arenado, who's a brilliant fielder, he did a smart thing. That foul ball just outside of third, and even though it was obvious foul to everybody, he still made a throw to first, deciding it wasn't a bad idea to get in a little practice. Here's the 3-2 pitch to Uribe. Bettis delivers a comebacker. Right-hander holds Ethier and throws Uribe out. So 1 out here in the second inning, with the Dodgers leading 2-1. Ethier with the Dodgers' third double. Rollins doubled in the first inning. Gonzalez doubled in 2 in the first inning. And Ethier opened up the inning with a double. Now here's Brett Anderson. Anderson without a hit in his career. He has 2 hits. Now the raindrops are starting to make people cover up a little bit. They're not leaving their seats. In fact, now they're starting to do just that. 1 ball and no strikes. We had heard before the start of the game there would be a 60% chance of rain by 8 o'clock and a 90% chance by 9 o'clock. Well, it's arrived a little early. The 1-0 pitch is hit in the air to deep left center field. There's nobody out there. That'll go to the wall. Scoring easily is Ethier on a long double by Brett Anderson. And the Dodgers lead 3-1. So for the Dodgers, they have 5 hits and 4 of them are doubles. Now timeout for a moment. They'll have a meeting at the mound. Pitch out over the plate. Anderson took a good hack, and it went all the way on a couple of bounces to the left center field wall. Stephen Foster, the pitching coach, going out. Meanwhile, in the Dodger dugout, Scott Van Slyke was leading the cheers. So Foster has had a few words. The Dodger bench full of beans right about now. Justin Turner having a few laughs with Ethier. And here's Jock Peterson. By the way, for the Brett Anderson Marching and Chowder Society, in case you wonder, that was Brett's second career RBI and the third double of his career. So the Dodgers lead 3-1. And now Jock Peterson trying to pick up Anderson and takes off the plate, ball 1. Well, since they're going to be doing it on every hitter, there's no sense repeating. You know what I'm talking about, left-hand hitter up, and how Colorado defenses the right side. In the raindrops. The 1-0 pitch on the way. Jock takes a strike. Breeze blowing pretty hard from right to left. So Chad Bettis brought up and being pushed around a little bit here in the first 2 innings. The 1-1 pitch on the way. Chad delivers, swung on and missed, and the count 1-2. Jock Peterson fighting it now a little bit. He does have the 10 home runs, 21 runs batted in, but he's fighting to stay above 250. His batting average at 252. Bettis set at the belt, looks at Anderson, and the next one is low, and the count runs 2 balls and 2 strikes. Justin Turner wearing the latest headgear and towels and something else under it. 2 balls and 2 strikes the count. Dodgers lead 3-1 here in the second. Next pitch fouled off. For Bettis, you get a pretty good fastball and a curve, slider, cutter, and a changeup. Some folks that saw Chad Bettis thought that he might remind them a little bit of Jake Peavy. Throws from a low 3/4 slot. Bends at the waist, hiding the ball back of the right hip. Now Chad's ready, looks back at Anderson. 2-2 pitch, and Peterson fouls it back out of play. Lands in fastball alley. So Peterson staying up there, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Anderson at second base. Bettis had shoulder problems in 2012. He had an oblique issue in 2013. His 2-2 pitch to Chad Peterson, grounded foul, trickling over to the Rockies dugout. So the count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes. So the 26-year-old ready to go back to work. He's been doubled up tonight. Dodgers with 5 hits, 4 of them doubles, leading 3-1. The raindrops have just about disappeared for the moment. And the 2-2 pitch on the way, sprayed foul into the lower deck, off to the left behind the Dodger dugout. So Peterson, a 9-pitch at bat, fouling off 4 of them, trying to pick up Brett Anderson. Jock 21 runs batted in. Bettis again, a long look in, now straightens up. Time at the plate. Not quite sure who called it. Sometimes plate umpires will point to either the catcher or the hitter. Mochlinski now indicating it's play ball. 2-2 the count. Bettis at the belt, right-hander delivers, and he is low, ball 3. So he's now made 41 pitches. He's thrown hard enough, 95 on that pitch. And waiting on deck, Jimmy Rollins, who doubled in the first inning. 3-2 to Jock Peterson. 3-1 Dodgers, second inning, 1 out. Bettis again ready. Comes back, full count, swung on, ground ball to first. Rosario to the bag with it. And over to third goes Brett Anderson. So Jock Peterson grounds out, moves his man up a notch. And Jimmy Rollins, who doubled, will check in. Rollins, switch hitter, batting left-handed. Dodgers team trying to win its 23rd game, trying to have a home record of 16-3. And for Mattingly, they're doing very well within the Western Division. A victory tonight, they would go 16-8. Meanwhile, Adrian Gonzalez holding court with Justin Turner, Scott Van Slyke, and the pitch to Rollins, down and away, ball 1. With the load on the right side, since Rollins is hitting left-handed, Arenado is all alone. He was in on the grass on the first pitch, but he's back on the skin. The 1-0 pitch to Rollins, off speed and a good one for a strike, and the count 1-1. 3 runs, 5 hits for the Dodgers, 1 run, 2 hits for the Rockies. Now the 1-1 pitch in the dirt. So we've had a total of 7 hits in the game, and we have 5 extra base hits, 4 doubles for the Dodgers, and the home run by Rosario of the Rockies. 2-1 the count. Again, Bettis looks over at third, now to the plate, and that's fouled off. So Jimmy hanging tough with a 2-ball, 2-strike count. Game 1 of a 4-game series. The youngsters are here, well bundled up, wisely drinking some water and wondering about the next raindrop. The 2-2 pitch on the way inside. It almost hit Rollins. 3-2 the count. The outfield shading Rollins a little to left. In fact, Gonzalez way over into right center. They give Jimmy Rollins all of right field. And the 3-2 pitch from Chad Bettis, and it is outside on a half swing, foul tip, and Rollins has struck out. Now we're watching the plate umpire. Mochlinski is waving his hands, saying, wait a minute. It looks like the pitch might have hit the dirt, and Rollins did not commit the swing. Now, as the pitch is knocked down into the dirt by Nick Hundley, and obviously they are calling it no strike. 3-2 the count. So the Dodgers got a little bit of a break on a pitch away, which of course when you looked at the outfield, the fact they were giving him all of straightaway right, you figured they were going to pitch him away. Let's see about this spot. 3-2 to Jimmy Rollins, 2 out. Anderson down the line from third. 3-1 Dodgers, and the pitch low and away, ball 4. So Bettis walking Rollins after he thought he might have had him struck out.
Number 47,
Howie Kendrick, who singled to right field in the first inning, coming up. Kendrick hitting .312, but he's been absolutely, well, we used to say unconscious up there at the plate, especially here at Dodger Stadium. First and third with 2 out. Rollins bluffs, and the pitch is fouled away. 0-1. Kendrick has hit safely in 25 of the 33 games. He's had 13 multi-hit games. At Dodger Stadium, he's hit safely in 16 of 19. Strike 1 pitch is swung on. Little roll to the short. Tulo up with it. Goes to first for the out. So the Dodgers get a couple of doubles for a run. They leave a man at first and third. And at the end of 2, it's the Dodgers 3 and the Rockies 1. It'll be Chad Bettis, the pitcher, followed by Charlie Blackmon and then Carlos Gonzalez. We can duck in a score. The Reds beat the Giants 4-3. They go under 500 to the champions. And should the Dodgers win tonight, the Giants would fall 6.5 games back. First pitch to Bettis, ball 1. Another ball game, the Nationals in San Diego. There's a rain delay in the first inning. When we saw the weather map about 2 hours ago, it was pouring down in that area from Mission Viejo south. Meanwhile, we had some raindrops, but it looks like they have come and pretty much gone. The next rain we're expecting would be around 9 o'clock. Meanwhile, 1 ball and 2 strikes they count to Chad Bettis. And the breeze again from right to left. The pitch swung on and missed. That does it for Chad. Third strikeout for the left-hander Brett Anderson. And talking about left-handers, and when you look at the Rockies lineup, they have Blackmon and Gonzalez and Dickerson. Well, the Rockies left-hand hitters against left-hand pitching. Charlie Blackmon with a base hit in the first inning is now hitting 161 against left-handers. When he grounded out, Carlos Gonzalez is hitting 120 against left-handers. Corey Dickerson is hitting 409 against left-handers. Blackmon running up to bunt, takes a strike in the count 0-1. Another interesting thing, we're talking about the fact we have 7 hits, 5 extra base hits, 4 doubles for the Dodgers and the home run by Rosario. Half of the top 10 runners in scoring position leaders are either Rockies or Dodgers. Matt Holliday is tops, but then the Rockies' DJ LeMahieu as Blackmon takes off the plate. The Dodgers counter with Adrian Gonzalez, who's number 4. The Rockies come back with Corey Dickerson, number 6. Dodgers come back with Howie Kendrick, who's number 5. And third baseman Nolan Arenado hitting 409 with runners in scoring position. So we figure to see some runs in this series and hope you make your plans to be out here with us. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Charlie Blackmon. Left-hander Anderson delivers, ground ball wide of third to Uribe, who guns it over to first. 2 down. Even though he is an established veteran who's been playing in the big league since about 2001, you can bet Uribe feels like a kid to get in the lineup tonight and have a chance to start again. After a while, I'm sure you get to the feeling they've forgotten all about me, with the great work by Alex Guerrero and Justin Turner. So Guerrero looks on from the dugout. We have 2 down in the third, and here is Cargo, as they call him, Carlos Gonzalez, taking ball 1. 1-0. Gonzalez, all banged up last year, certainly might feel rusty starting this year, way out in front of an off-speed pitch. 1 ball and 1 strike. Carlos Gonzalez. The 1-1 pitch on the way, fastball low, 2-1 the count. So Brett Anderson, who went 5 innings against Colorado, beat him 2-1. The run was unearned. Few raindrops coming down as he goes to the windup. 2-1 pitch swung on and missed. 2-2. Carlos Gonzalez, come October, he'll be 30 years old. He's hit for the cycle. He's got 3 Gold Gloves, and now here comes the rain again. Well, it's 8 o'clock, so it's on the money. Breaking ball is chased and missed, way off the plate. Gonzalez strikes out. The Dodgers head for cover. The fans do likewise. And we're watching to see if the Rockies are going to take the field. We're looking especially at Mike Winters, the first base umpire. And I'm not sure if they're going to come. So we'll wait and see for the moment. Winters talking now to Eric Hansen, who is the Dodgers superintendent, who does such a great job on this field. A remarkable job. And from the looks of things, I guess Mike is just talking to Eric about the condition of the team, and are you ready to get that tarp on the field if indeed we're going to have to stop. So we'll be right back. Bottom of the third, 3-1 Dodgers. Adrian Gonzalez takes a slow curveball for a strike, and the count 0-1. Gonzalez doubled in 2 runs in the first inning. He's been ferocious with runners in scoring position. Adrian hitting .464 with men in scoring position. He takes low, 1 ball and 1 strike. So Chad Bettis spun around with a couple of doubles in the first inning and 2 more doubles in the second. Down 3-1. Gonzalez fouls the pitch away, and the count 1-2. Gonzalez has 25 extra base hits, 16 doubles and 9 home runs. So that puts him the leader with extra base hits in the National League. 1-2 the count. Bettis ready and delivers, and it is fouled at the plate. They do not load up the right side with Gonzalez, although the infield is swung around. Tulowitzki way over to his left. Arenado is in the hole at short. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Bettis ready. Here he comes, and it's fouled away. Tomorrow night, Clayton Kershaw and Eddie Butler. Saturday night, Zach Greinke and Jorge De La Rosa. And then Sunday, Mike Bolsinger and Kyle Kendrick. Bettis ready. Right-hander comes back, and it is swung on and missed. High fastball, and down goes Gonzalez.
Number 33, Scott Van
For Bettis, he picks up his second strikeout with that high Swifty. And now here's Scott Van Slyke. He struck out on a bad ball down and away in the first inning. Three runs, 5 hits for the Dodgers, 1 run, 2 hits for the Rockies. And the first pitch away, ball 1, 1-0. The next pitch swung on and missed, 1 ball and 1 strike. Again, we want to send along our warmest wishes and prayers for a quick recovery to the manager of the Rockies, Walt Weiss, who is resting comfortably, we hope, in a hotel here in Los Angeles. Tom Runnels in his stead running the ball club. Walt had an appendectomy, the surgery yesterday afternoon, released from the hospital today. Walt Weiss came up with the A's. Ground ball back at third, smothered by the great Arenado, whose throw is offline, and a great tag by Rosario right on top of the head as Van Slyke was going by. Wow. Though Van Slyke losing his helmet, it really was a wonderful play by Rosario and a remarkable stop by the amazing Arenado. That's down the line for most third basemen, but not for Nolan. He's up. His throw was in towards the runner, and the tag took the helmet right off Van Slyke's head. That had to hurt a little bit. So a great combination play, Arenado and Rosario. And here's Yasmani Grandal. Takes a strike, 0-1. Walt Weiss, by the way, came up with the A's. He was with the A's in the 1988 World Series. Then he went to the Marlins, the Rockies for 4 years, 3 years with the Braves. Meanwhile, Stan Conti making sure that Scott Van Slyke is okay. He took a pretty good unintentional, but it was still a shot to the head. 1 ball and 2 strikes the count. The next pitch is in there. Strike 3 called to Grandal. So Bettis strikes out his third batter. Dodgers go quietly, and Grandal is not quiet. He's hollering at plate umpire Mike Muchlinski. Great play by the combination of Arenado and Rosario. A headache for Van Slyke. And at the end of 3, it's 3-1 Dodgers. Dodger Baseball on Sportsnet LA is brought to you by the Dodge Challenger. With an EPA estimated 30 highway MPG, this car was made for driving in California. Visit Dodge.com today. Fourth inning with the Dodgers leading 3-1. Troy Tulowitzki coming up. Tulo usually has some very interesting numbers. He's hitting .303. The one thing he is not doing is walking. He's only walked twice. First ball swinging, 0-1 the count. Tulowitzki said he got tired of writing his name as a little kid. A lot of letters. So when his son was born, he named his son Taz, T-A-Z. He still has to write out Tulowitzki. 0-2. Last July 26th, the Rockies had a big problem. They gave away 15,000 T-shirts honoring their all-star shortstop, Troy Tulowitzki. And there was one problem. The name on the back of the T-shirts misspelled. Ball one. The club knew that they had misspelled the name. They went about giving out the shirts anyway, but rather than disappoint the fans, they said, we'll give away the shirts with the misspelling, but we will exchange them with the correctly spelled versions at a later date, which they did. In his career, Tulo averaged about a walk every 9 plate appearances this year. And that's why it was so interesting to point out the fact he'd only walked twice. This year, he's averaging 1 walk every 57 at-bats. 1-2 the count to Tulowitzki, who struck out in the first inning. Down and dirty. Tulowitzki with 2 walks has struck out 25 times. Carlos Gonzalez has struck out 28 times. So the power has been silenced at least till this date in May. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Check swing. That's going to call him. Yep. The Tulowitzki strikes out again on a check swing. 5 strikeouts for Brett Anderson. Same thing on the first at bat. Couldn't hold up on a bad ball.
Number 28, Nolan Arenado.
So Tulo back in the dugout, and with 1 out, the batter is Nolan Arenado, one of the truly remarkable third basemen, the fielding third baseman. Just great. Ball 1. He made that dazzling stop of the ball that was hit that should have been an extra base hit, except for the talent of Arenado. Line drive speared by Kendrick. How he didn't have to leap in the air to make the catch. Arenado hit it right at him. So 2 out in the 4th inning. And the batter now is Willen Rosario, who hit the first pitch into the bleachers in right field in the 2nd inning. And we mentioned about the fact he goes after that first pitch. So having been burned once, Anderson figures to be very careful. Way away. Ball 1. And that makes it 2-0. Anderson has allowed 1 run. Stays away again, so he's behind now, 3-0 to Willen Rosario. Dodger pitcher Juan Nicasio and Rosario are very close pals. That's a strike. They came into professional baseball just about the same time. Rosario was 16, Nicasio 18, and they were both assigned to the Rockies affiliate in the Dominican Summer League. And Rosario bangs one up the middle for a base hit. So with 2 out, Rosario's the guy. He has 2 of the 3 hits and the 1 run. Corey Dickerson, who, when we mentioned earlier, is the one left-hand batter hitting well against left-hand pitching. Dickerson hitting .314, grounded out to Kendrick in the second inning. Corey, a wonderful looking ball player. Get the feeling he's going to have quite a career. Big curveball straightens him up and drops in for a strike. That's a big league curve. 0-1. Corey Dickerson out of Mississippi. Slow curve, another strike. 0-2. No balls and 2 strikes. And off the plate, another breaking ball. Dickerson, 5 home runs, 16 runs batted in. Half of his RBIs led to Colorado victories. Corey will be 26 and hits it to left. Van Slyke is there, and that's the inning. No runs, 1 hit, a man left, and at the end of 3.5 innings, Dodgers 3, Rockies 1. Out tomorrow night, take your place on the field, see the fireworks featuring songs from 1965. For more information, go to Dodgers.com/promotions. Bottom of the 4th inning, Dodgers lead 3-1. Andre Ethier, Juan Uribe, and then it'll be the pitcher, Scott Anderson. Remember, Ethier, who is a first ball hitter and doing remarkably well, hit the second pitch when he doubled in the second inning and came around and scored. So Chad Bettis going to work. There's Ethier going after that first pitch, drives it over the head of Blackman, who makes a wonderful running catch. So Ethier robbed of a hit, Fine defensive play by Charlie. He covers a lot of ground, and we have one down. You had better cover a lot of ground if you're playing center field in Denver at Coors Field. So Charlie got a good jump. The ball was slicing. He caught up to it, reaches up, and takes it out of the air. Nice play. So here's Juan Uribe. That's right. And the fastball missing. 1-1. Bottom three of the Dodger lineup in the fourth. Bottom of the three, top of the fifth for Colorado. Ground ball to short. Tulo up with it. Off balance throw on the money. Boy, that's remarkable body control. 2 down.
Number 35, Brett Anderson.
So Brett Anderson, who doubled in the second inning to drive in a run, coming up. Bettis, who gave up 4 doubles in the first 2 innings, got a little help from Blackman and has now retired 6 in a row. Took a lot off that. Great changeup. You know, the oldest line in baseball, you don't change up on a pitcher. But after the pitcher doubled in his previous at bat, Bettis changed up on him. 2-1 the count. Caddo up third. Hundley, LeMahieu, and then Bettis. 2 balls, 1 strike. Ball 3. Raindrops have just about gone. The 8 o'clock cell. Isn't that what the weatherman says? The cell? Okay, the 8 o'clock cell has gone through. The 9 o'clock cell is due at 9 o'clock. We'll see. Meanwhile, a 2-out walk to Anderson. And Bettis now has to face Jock Peterson. Whether it's in the lowest classification or the highest, for a pitcher to walk the opposing pitcher with 2 out, that is a crusher. So Bettis taking a little time before he's ready to pitch again. Peterson flied to left, grounded to first, and right at the 250 mark now with 10 home runs, 21 runs batted in. They're not going to hold Anderson. Rosario directly behind him. 0-1. Peterson 1 for 4 yesterday, hit his 10th home run. Second in the league in walks. He's walked 28 times. Home run last night came in the 5th inning. One ball and 1 strike. For Peterson, he's held his own against right-hand pitching. Came in hitting .273, 5 doubles, and 10 of his home runs, all 10 against right-handers. Wide open on the left side except for Arenado, so they loaded up with Anderson at first. And he tried to go out, and Arenado was there to turn the force play to Tulo. 5-6 if you're scoring. No runs, no hits, a man left. And at the end of 4, 3-1 Dodgers. Baseball on Sportsnet LA is brought to you by your Southern California Toyota dealers. Save big on any 2015 Camry now at the Toyota Time Sales Event. And by Jack in the Box. Jack's hottest sandwich is back. Head to Jack in the Box for Jack's Blazing Chicken Sandwich. Dodgers trying to hold on to a 3-1 lead. We go to the fifth inning. Raindrops pretty much gone away. Most of the folks have gone back to their seats. And Brett Anderson going back to pitching against Nick Hundley, DJ LeMahieu, and then the pitcher Chad Bettis. Hundley struck out in the second inning. Anderson has struck out 5. Fastball at the knees for a strike. So Hundley hitting .321. He's off to a great start. Remember, he used to play a lot for San Diego. Another strike. Down he goes. So Hundley strikes out a second time. 6 strikeouts for Anderson. And the batter will be DJ LeMahieu. Interesting note for DJ LeMahieu, right-hand batter, grounded out in the second inning. Against left-handers, he's hitting .136. Against right-handers, he's hitting .377, and now he gets a base hit to right field. For LeMahieu, who was wearing out Giant pitching, hit .611 against them. But with that base hit, he is now 1 for 14, now 2 for 14 against the Dodgers. And the batter now, Chad Bettis. They might ask him to bunt. Chad struck out in the third inning. Charlie Blackmon on deck. Tried to bunt, missed it. Chad checking. Stu Cole, the third base coach. Uribe well in on the grass. Grandal looking over to see if they want to try to pitch out. He tried to bunt and missed, and the count 0-2. So again, Stu looking down at the new man. Holding at first, DJ LeMahieu. LeMahieu has 1 stolen base, but he's also been caught 3 times. 1 out, LeMahieu at first, 3-1 Dodgers, 5th inning. And a breaking ball, strike 3 call. Wow, what a pitch. That's 7 strikeouts for Brett Anderson. Take another look at that pitch. Up there and drop right in as Bettis pulled the bat back. So a big pitch, 7 strikeouts for Brett Anderson. Now he has Blackmon to contend with. Charlie, a left-hand batter who's gone the other way twice, single to left and grounded to third. First pitch in for a strike. 0-1. Anderson right around the plate. Strikeout 7, no walks, 4 hits and 1 run. And a high foul out of play. Charlie Blackmon, one of those fellas who hit a home run on his birthday. Nice way to break in. It was his first home run. Back last year, Charlie went 5 for 5 against the Dodgers in July. He also went 6 for 6 at home. So he became the 6th player since 1900 to have 3 games of 5 for 5 or better. Pretty good list. Charlie Blackmon joined Ty Cobb, Tris Speaker, Stan Musial, Tony Gwynn, and Ichiro Suzuki. So he can play. There goes the runner. Swung on and missed, and that will be that. 8 strikeouts for Brett Anderson. No runs, 1 hit. Anderson strikes out the side, and at the end of 4.5 innings, it's still 3-1 Dodgers. p.m. Sportsnet LA brings you a one-on-one sit-down interview with Rick Monday. Get connected with the former All-Star. He'll discuss being recruited to the Dodgers by, of all people, Tommy Lasorda. So don't miss Connected with Rick Monday, Saturday at 10 on Sportsnet LA. There he is, deep in thought, as we go to the bottom of the 5th inning. By the way, the top of the 5th inning was a little interesting in more than just the routine numbers. The pitch to Rollins outside, ball 1. Brett Anderson made 10 pitches. LeMahieu on the first pitch got a base hit. Anderson struck out the side. So doing just a little subtraction, you realize that Brett Anderson struck out the side on 9 pitches. 1-1 to Jimmy. Line drive, slowed down, I think, picked up by Tulo to throw him out. Not sure whether Bettis touched that ball or not, but we do have 1 out.
Number 47.
Take a look.
Howie Kendrick.
Got his glove up? I don't know. Probably not. Tulo gets him. 1 out in the 5th. Howie Kendrick, single to right, grounded to short. Ball 1. Dodgers 3 runs, 5 hits. They have 4 doubles and a single. The Rockies 1 run, 4 hits. They have a home run and 3 singles. Check swing. They're going to look. Swing, says Mike Winters. Oh, you can see more raindrops now starting to come down again. They're magnified by the lights. You see the folks are sitting quietly. But when you look up at the lights, you say, oh, wow, it's really raining. But when you look at the people, it's like they're ignoring it. And many of them well bundled up. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Little comebacker. Bettis to Rosario. And we have 2 down.
Number 23.
So that'll bring up Adrian Gonzalez, who doubled the right to drive in 2 and struck out. Gonzalez and Hundley acknowledging each other. Pretty sure they were teammates in San Diego. Yeah, they were. 0-1. Adrian, 998 career runs batted in. One ball and 1 strike. Dodgers had doubles by Rollins, a single by Kendrick, and then Gonzalez doubled them home. Yasmani Grandal having a little room service. 2 balls, 1 strike. Two down, bases empty in the 5th. Dodgers lead 3-1. Might have gone after a bad ball. 2-2. Well, Bettis now has made 90 pitches. There's no one throwing, but they are kind of standing up and moving around in the Colorado bullpen. 3-2. Bettis walked Rollins in the 2nd inning, and he walked Anderson in the 4th. Those are his 2 walks. And that's his 3rd walk. When the Rockies come up in the 6th inning, they'll have Carlos Gonzalez, Troy Tulowitzki, and Nolan Arenado. So Tom Rollins has the heart of the lineup coming up. Scott Van Slyke struck out, lost a base hit on a diving stop by Arenado, whose hurried throw was offline, and Rosario making a hard tag on Van Slyke's head. There's Arenado again, and this time a great play, but to no avail. Is he something to watch? So Van Slyke gets himself a squib single, and the Dodgers have 1st and 2nd. Watch Arenado. Slow ground ball. Here he comes. Bare hand pickup on his right leg. Left leg in the air. Just laid it first. Thought he had him, just missed. He's the kind of a guy you'd like to come out and watch take infield. If they take infield anymore. He doesn't need it, I guess. So 2 on, 2 out. And Yasmani Grandal, stocked with peanut butter, now at the plate. And a strike. Three runs, 6 hits for the Dodgers. 1 run, 4 hits for Colorado. When you look at the Rockies defensively, they are brilliant. I mean, they really are. Just a quick guess, I'd say they're the best defensive team in the National League. Rosario, LeMahieu's a Gold Glove, Tulo's a Gold Glover, Arenado is absolutely out of this world. Ken Roberts, the left-hander in the pen. And then Dickerson, Blackman, and Gonzalez in the outfield. I mean, they're dynamite. However, during the 11-game losing streak, the earned run average of the starting pitchers is 7.8. One and two. Ground ball up the middle, having to round get it, and Tulo can't do it. But here comes Gonzalez to score, and the Dodgers lead 4-1. Well, you can't be in 2 places at once. So they load up the right side, and what should have been a ground ball out up the middle is a base hit, a run batted in. Tulo tried to go after it, but he was just too far away. Couldn't make it. At his regular position, it's a routine play for a force out. So 4 runs and 7 hits for the Dodgers. Bettis unlucky on that. I mean, he just starting. He can't say, I don't want the infield to load up. I don't want this. No. He just goes to the mound and does what they tell him. Meanwhile, Howie Kendrick, A.J. Ellis, and Adrian having a little conversation.
Number 16, Andre Ethier.
So Andre Ethier coming up, hit the second pitch for a double in the second inning and hit the first pitch for a near double in the fourth. Charlie Blackmon made a fine running catch in the fifth inning. Adrian hitting .326. What a job he's done in right field. Check. That's going to cost him a strike. 0-1. Raindrops continue to fall, but the majority of folks holding their own, not leaving their seats. 0-2. Four runs, 7 hits for the Dodgers, 1 run, 4 hits for the Rockies. One and 2. Bettis now has reached 100 pitches. One ball, 2 strikes. Andre able to hold up. No swing. Tomorrow night, Clayton Kershaw and Eddie Butler. Butler is 2-3, but a pretty good ERA considering he pitches in Colorado, 3.7. Kershaw 1-2, ERA of 4.2. Meanwhile, a full count to Andre Ethier and Juan Uribe on deck. So with 2 down, Van Slyke ready to go from second and Grandal from first. Bettis close, but just missed. Runners ready. There they go. And the pitch in the dirt. Ball 4 to load him up for Uribe. So Bettis, who would be out of the inning except for the fact that the Rockies loaded up the right side, and that base hit by Grandal, which should have just been an easy force play. But Tulo was playing second base, and the ball went up the middle. So you have Van Slyke, Grandal, and Ethier, and here's Uribe batting 8th in the lineup. 4-1 Dodgers. Ball 1. And in the dirt. Nice save by Hundley. 2 balls and no strikes. Juan Uribe wears number 5, which is a reminder of the fact that he has 5 grand slams in his career, although admittedly he hasn't hit one in 5 years. Oh, 5 is quite a reminder. Bases loaded, 2 out, 2 balls and no strikes to Juan Uribe. And a high but very playable fly ball. Charlie Blackmon is right there. So the Dodgers lucky to get 1, lead 3. and at the end of 5, lead the Rockies 4-1. That's when Don Drysdale shut out the Cubs 1-0, and that was the beginning of the streak of 48 consecutive scoreless innings. First the Cubs, then Houston, then St. Louis, then Houston again. For good measure, the Giants, and finally the Pittsburgh Pirates. It all began on this date in 1968. Let's go back to this one. Dodgers leading 4-1. Raindrops coming down again, and it's 10 minutes of 9. So this is the 9 o'clock cell that's arriving. We had the 8, and now the 9. It's also an official game going 5. 0-1 to Carlos Gonzalez, who has grounded out and struck out 0 for 2. You know, it's been very tough for the Rockies, among other things. They've played 3 games in a row once in about the last 2 weeks. The weather in Colorado was brutal, rain and snow, and they get a little here. 1 ball, 1 strike. Carlos Gonzalez, in his career, has hit .329 against the Dodgers with 15 home runs and 52 runs batted in 70 games. When you break it down, 12 of the 15 home runs in Colorado, 34 of the 52 RBIs in Colorado. His batting average is .381 in Colorado, .275 here. 3-1 to Cargo. Slow curveball in there. 3-2. And high for ball 4. One thing, as you can well imagine now, in the rain, getting a good grip on the ball. So Anderson finally walked somebody in the rain in the 6th inning, and it'll bring up Troy Tulowitzki. Boy, when I think of rain in Colorado, I think of Coors Field in Denver and Hideo Nomo pitching a no-hitter. That was unbelievable because the mound was a mess. Slow curveball for a strike. Though in the first 2 innings, Nomo, when he would pitch, his lead foot, his left foot, would slip in the follow through. So in the 3rd inning, and from then on, Hideo Nomo pitched out of the stretch. 0-2 to Tulo. Tulowitzki, an absolutely brilliant player, but the Dodgers have done a pretty good number on him. In his career, He's hitting .262 against the Dodgers. No balls and 2 strikes. Fly ball down the line, foul. Only 1 year did Tulo hit better than .288 against the Dodgers, and that was 4 years ago when he hit .370 and he had a half a dozen home runs and 20 RBIs. But since then, Tulo has 3 home runs in 34 games and a batting average of .219 against the Dodgers. Check swing, not again. No, says Tulo. 1 ball, 2 strikes. So when you start thinking about Tulowitzki is not hitting against the Dodgers, Carlos Gonzalez has been cooled off. Oh boy, some lightning just lit up the place. 1-2 the count. We're in the 6th. Dodgers lead 4-1. Ground foul outside of third. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Troy Tulowitzki. Here's what we just saw. Well, it was there. 1 ball and 2 strikes. One and 2 to Troy Tulowitzki. Gonzalez at first, and that's ball 2. Yeah, Gonzalez at first, offensively and defensively. Adrian and Carlos. And in a conversation. 2-2. Slow and high, and I think was supposed to be a breaking ball that slipped. Tough time in the rain, 6th inning. Tough hitter up there. Mike Winters on the line. Raindrops glistening on his shoulders. Off speed, just over the mound. Charging Rollins, has to hurry and gets him. So Tulowitzki taps out to Jimmy Rollins. Nice play. Gonzalez takes second. And with 1 out, the batter will be Nolan Arenado.
Number 28, Nolan Arenado.
That was a good play by Jimmy Rollins to grab that wet ball and throw it accurately. Arenado grounded to first and lined out to second. And we've got some rain now. Before, it was a light rain. People left and they went back to their seats. But this is the 9 o'clock cell that they told us. It's 5 minutes early. Ball 1. Isn't that amazing how the weatherman can tell you we'll have a rain at 8 o'clock and we'll have a rain at 9 o'clock? Well, it's 8:55. And here's that 9 o'clock cell they told us about it. Now let's see. What are we going to do? The plate umpire, I think they might be saying you can go to your mouth. I'm thinking that. Normally, if you go to your mouth, automatically it's an additional ball to the count. Oh, and more lightning now. 1 ball and no strikes. 1-1 to Arenado. This is a pretty good rain. The umpires, I think, are trying to at least, Mike Winters says, no, that's enough. That's enough. Eric Hansen, the Dodgers superintendent of grounds, comes out. Mike is not going to stop the game, but he did want to talk to Eric. I'm not sure if he's asking Eric, is your crew ready? And now Hansen talking to a couple of people near the dugout. So I think the crew is ready. 1 ball, 1 strike. Ground foul outside of third. Nolan Arenado trying to get the Rockies back in the game. Yeah, the towel can be used for a lot of things. Arenado from Lake Forest with his tremendous ability. He's only 24. A bouncer over the mound. Another tough play for Rollins. This time he's going to be late. So Arenado gets an infield single. The same ball that high bouncer over the mound that Tulo hit. So with a break, he'd have been just about out of the inning, but as you could see, tantalizing, just out of his reach. And Rollins couldn't catch somebody who runs as well as Arenado. So the Rockies now have runners at first and third. One out. And here's Willen Rosario. And now the umpires are saying, you know what? It's too much. So at least for now, with runners at first and third and one out, Dodgers leading 4-1. The ground crew will unwrap the tarp. We don't see that very often here. Oh my gosh, thinking back over the years when we were in Brooklyn and where you'd be playing strictly pretty much in the East. We went through this so often. I remember I used to think in Ebbets Field, okay, put the tarp down and show a movie down on the tarp. Then I realized that you couldn't cover the whole stadium and see the same picture. And it was always somewhat frustrating. And then I saw the most frustrating moment in many, many years. In those days, the Dodgers were playing the St. Louis Cardinals, and they put the tarp out. That was in Old Sportsman's Park, which was then owned in those days by the St. Louis Browns. And the St. Louis Browns were one step ahead of foreclosure. And anyway, this night in St. Louis, it poured like now, and they put the tarp over, and it covered everything beautifully, and it rained, and we waited, and the tarp was suddenly like a small lake, and now the rain stopped. And we thought, oh, great, they'll be able to just get the tarp off, and we'll continue with the game. Well, what they tried to do is lift the tarp, lift it with the water. It split right down the middle, and the whole infield, which had been dry, was suddenly a lake. It ruined the whole night, but that's the way it went in those days in Sportsman when the Browns ran things. Dodgers are well off enough to have a good tarp, but the poor Browns. As far as Dodger rainouts, you probably know they've had 17. The last one occurred in April of 2000. In fact, without adding them up, I know April has always been the wettest month as far as rainouts are concerned. This time in May is late, but the Dodgers also had a rainout in September. But this is a little bit unusual coming towards the middle of May. I'll tell you what, we'll go back to the studio for Connected with Clayton Kershaw. Baltimore when they played the game without anybody in the ballpark. There are some hardy souls here, and the game will continue. They told us it would start right about now. The ground crew has done a wonderful job, removing the tarp. It's a lot easier to put a dry tarp on the infield, but then to remove a wet tarp takes quite a job and a lot of hard work. They've done that. They've sanded down the infield, and in a few minutes, the ball club loosening up, they'll be able to take the field, and we will continue. I think the weatherman hit it right on the head. They talked about a cell of rain coming at 8 o'clock. That occurred. Then they said there would be another cell at 9 o'clock, and that hit here at 8:55. And shortly after, the game was delayed. The Dodgers are leading 4-1. We're in the top of the sixth inning, and Colorado has runners at first and third and one out. It has been such a lengthy delay. It started at 8:58 p.m., so that's roughly 2 hours and 20 minutes. So Brett Anderson, who went 5 innings in his first outing against Colorado and allowed one unearned run, picked up a victory. Anderson will not go to the mound when the game continues here in the sixth inning. Down in the bullpen is Juan Nicasio. Remember earlier, if we were with you, we were talking about Nicasio and his close buddy, Willen Rosario. Ken Butler, Leonard, a left-hander. Ken Roberts is the left-hander down in the Colorado bullpen, and it looks like he will assume the pitching. But, of course, the Rockies are on the offense right now. And in a moment, Rosario, who had homered and singled against Brent Anderson, he will be the hitter. The umpires are now deploying to their defensive stations. That's Rosario, number 20. He has a home run and a single, but he'll be facing his buddy, Juan Nicasio. So that'll be an interesting matchup. Nothing ready yet. The Dodger players are loosening up. They went back and warmed up, and now slowly they'll be taking. We can take a look at the highlights and give you an idea of just what happened. First inning, Rollins doubled, Hendricks singled, and that brought up Adrian Gonzalez, who doubled in both men, and the Dodgers took a 2-0 lead. However, Rosario led off in the second inning against Anderson, hit a home run to right field. So that made it 2-1 in favor of the Dodgers. However, right back in the second inning, the Dodgers had a double by Ethier, and Anderson doubled to the wall in left center, scoring Ethier. That gave the Dodgers a 3-1 lead. And in the fifth inning, a walk and 2 singles. The second single, a ground ball up the middle against the open shift, and Gonzalez scored for Grandal's RBI, and the Dodgers led 4-1. However, here in the sixth inning, in the rain, Carlos Gonzalez walked after Tulowitzki was robbed of a hit by Gonzalez. There was an infield single by Arenado, and with runners at first and third and one out, the Rockies are coming up to hit. The Dodgers have made a defensive change. They brought in Justin Turner, and we'll have to double check whether Turner would bat ninth and lead off in the bottom of the sixth inning, and Nicasio would then go in your rebase spot. We'll just have to wait and see. But we do know Nicasio on the mound, the left-hander Roberts down in the Rockies bullpen, and in a minute or 3, we ought to be able to get the ball game back up underway. So Justin Turner now at third for Juan Uribe, and Juan Nicasio ready to go to work. Nicasio from the Dominican Republic. He has done well against people like Pablo Sandoval, who's no longer in the league, and Brandon Belt. We're checking, and we get the report. Turner will bat ninth, so he will lead off in the bottom of the sixth inning. And if you happen to be keeping score of this game, put Nicasio in your Uribe spot. Uribe, while he was in there, went 0 for 3. So Nicasio says he is ready. We'll find out right away. And Willen Rosario will be coming up. Rosario homered in the second inning to right field and lined a single to center with 2 out in the fourth. Rosario came into the game hitting .308, and there are runners at first and third. Over at first is Nolan Arenado. At third, Carlos Gonzalez. And now the two buddies, the two kids, one Rosario at 16, the other Nicasio at 18. They broke in together at the same time, and now here they are in the fortunes of baseball going head to head. So Nicasio ready to pick up the slack, and Rosario waiting at the plate. First and third, one out, 4-1 Dodgers, sixth inning. And ball one, 1-0. Rosario checking with third base coach Stu Cole. EY, Eric Young, the coach at first. 1 ball and no strikes. And ground ball to the hole. Up with it, Rollins, who then can't grip it. Everybody is safe. Scoring is Gonzalez. So the Dodgers lose at least a force play. Rosario is aboard. We'll assume it's an error, and that's what it is. So moving to second base goes Arenado. Scoring on the play is Gonzalez. And now tying runs are out there at first and second. The ball hit the heel of the glove of Jimmy Rollins, and he couldn't make a play. Corey Dickerson, a very good hitter, has grounded out and flied out, 0-for-2, hitting .311, and really a force to contend with. So young Corey checking in. Nick Hundley, the catcher, out on deck. And a strike, 0-1. There was a 1 hour and 25-minute delay. And the Dodgers trying to pick up and have given one back. A lot of the crowd, understandably so, tired of waiting. But there are still the hardy souls who are here. 0-1 the count to Corey Dickerson. Arenado at second, Rosario at first, 1 out. Tried to golf that low fastball. No balls and 2 strikes to Corey. Dickerson figures to be one of the outstanding young hitters in the National League. Make no mistake about that. Corey is 24 years old. Out of Mississippi. Went to Meridian Community College. 0-2. Shows him a fastball away at 96. So Nicasio is asked to pick up the slack, and the Dodgers backing him up with Paco Rodriguez. 1-2 the count to Corey Dickerson. Boy, he was a terror in the minor leagues. Slaps that thing into left field, and they will hold the runner Arenado, and the bases are loaded. Tell you what kind of a hitter Dickerson is. A couple of years ago, he was playing for the Asheville Tourists. He drove in 10 runs. He went down to hit a pitch almost in the dirt and slapped it into left field. So the bases are loaded for Nick Hundley. So in the inning, a walk. A nice play up the middle. Took a base hit away from Tulowitzki. Then Arenado got the single. Now the error by Rollins, and the base hit loads him up. So Arenado, Rosario, and Dickerson. Rosario at second base. The potential tying run. Hundley has struck out twice, but that was against Brett Anderson. 0-1 the count. The Dodgers 4 runs, 7 hits, and 1 error. And the Rockies 2 runs, 6 hits, and no errors. Anderson well bundled up now. He's finished for the night. Did very well, went 5 1/3. However, the runs now Gonzalez, who scored, is charged against Anderson. And the runner, Arenado at third, would also be charged to him. 1 ball and 1 strike the count. Nicasio trying to get into the game. That's another tough thing mentally. So there's Paco Rodriguez in the pen. One ball, 1 strike. 96-mile-an-hour fastball, and the count 1-2. One out, 6th inning. Dodgers trying to hang on to a 4-2 lead, and the Rockies have loaded the bases. Foul back. Waiting on deck, DJ LeMahieu, who is grounded out and singled. LeMahieu's the one who, as a right-handed batter, struggles against left-handers and does exceptionally well against right-hand pitching. Arenado, Rosario, and Dickerson all out there on the lines. 1-2 the count to Nick Hundley. Check swing foul, and it's still 1-2. By the way, I'm looking ahead for LeMahieu. With runners in scoring position, the 6'4" second baseman is hitting .500. That might be why Paco Rodriguez is throwing, getting him ready to pitch to a right-hand batter. We'll see. One ball, 2 strikes. Nicasio certainly trying to put Hundley away. Got it. So Hundley strikes out for the 3rd time tonight. However, the error by Rollins allows the inning to continue. And the batter will be DJ LeMahieu. So you wondered about Nicasio. Would he be pitching to LeMahieu because LeMahieu hits right-handers hard, struggles against left-handers? So when we saw Paco get up, we thought, well, it would be unorthodox, but they might be bringing him in, but they are not. Out on deck is a right-hand batter, Drew Stubbs. Fastball, strike, 0-1. LeMahieu hitting a dazzling .330. And jammed on the hands, 97-mile-an-hour on a fastball that he fouled off. LeMahieu went to school at LSU. As we mentioned, he was born in Visalia. No balls and 2 strikes. Got him on the outside corner with a 97-mile-an-hour fastball. So Nicasio does a tremendous job. Strikes out 2, gives up a base hit and a big error. And at the end of 5.5, it's 4-2 Dodgers. Two changes. Drew Stubbs will now take over in center field. Charlie Blackmon moves over to left, and Corey Dickerson, who made the last out with that base hit that load the bases. Ken Roberts will take over. So at the 7th inning, it would be Stubbs, we would assume, that would lead off, and Roberts would go into Dickerson's spot. So Ken Roberts getting ready. The Dodgers will have Justin Turner batting 9th, and then Jock Peterson. Turner hitting .288 in a limited time against the Rockies. 5 for 9 with a home run and 3 RBI. Remember, the Dodgers and Rockies had played 5 games prior to this one. And ball 1, 1-0. Turner trying to start something, then Peterson and Rollins. If anybody gets on, Howie Kendrick, that's low. 2-0 the count. Ken Roberts out of Murfreesboro, Tennessee, went to Middle Tennessee State. He was a 25th round pick by the Rockies. He got a degree in exercise science. 6'1", 200-pounder, 27 years old. And he falls behind to Turner now. 3 balls and no strikes. And ball 4. So Turner draws the walk. Roberts walking the first man he faces. Bettis went 5 innings and allowed 4 runs, 7 hits. He was on the wild side. He walked 2 in the 5th inning and walked 4 while he was in there. So Turner at first, and the batter Jock Peterson flied to left, grounded to first, hit into a force play. So Jock now has slipped under 250, hitting 248. Hitting back of him, Jimmy Rollins. Tulowitzki up the middle, way over to his left, but not over the bag. And it's a strike to Peterson. And now Tulowitzki goes directly behind, but not over shifting. 42,650 were here when the game started over 3 hours ago. 0-2 the count to Jock Peterson. Blackmon in left, Stubbs in center, Gonzalez in right. And the strike 2 pitch. Little low ball 1. 1-2. So 27-year-old Ken Roberts just called up. Here he is. Chad Bettis had just been called up. 1-2. Curveball and a fly ball to left center. Drew Stubbs is right there. So Jock Peterson goes 0 for 4, 1 out in the 6th inning. And Jimmy Rollins coming up. Jimmy Rollins doubled, walked, and grounded out. We mentioned earlier the combination of home runs and stolen bases, 2 of the tops at that in the last year. Jimmy Rollins and Charlie Blackmon. Rollins certainly an extra base threat. He has 3 home runs. He also has 4 doubles and a triple. And when you talk about Jimmy Rollins, only 5 players in Major League history with more career extra base hits and stolen bases than Jimmy. Barry Bonds, Ricky Henderson, Paul Molitor, Ty Cobb, and Honus Wagner. Jimmy hitting right-handed, and back to first goes Turner. Rollins hitting 167 right, 173 left. He has 3 home runs, 2 left, 1 right. Tom Reynolds piloting the Rockies while Walt Weiss cools up. There goes the runner, and Hundley drops the pitch. So Turner steals second base. Hundley just had the ball slip out of his hand. So Turner got a good jump. Hundley came up and just dropped that piece of wet soap. Turner into second base. Now Rollins trying to pick him up. Howie Kendrick on deck. Tough night for Hundley, striking out 3 times. 1 ball, no strikes. And a drive into left center. Stubbs, however, a good outfielder, makes the catch. Holding at second base is Turner.
Number 47.
So 2 out, and Howie Kendrick coming up. Howie singled to right in the first inning. Came home on Gonzalez double. Grounded out in the second. Hit back to the box in the 5th. 4 runs, 7 hits for the Dodgers. 2 runs, 6 hits for Colorado. Bottom of the 6th inning. Bettis relieved by Roberts. Anderson relieved by Nicasio. Ball 1. Howie at one point yesterday hitting .394 here at Dodger Stadium. One and one. Dodgers haven't seen that much left-handed pitching. They only have 4 decisions against left-handed starters, and they're 2-2. Of course, the Dodgers can load up their lineup with left-hand batters, as opposed to, let's say, Miami. Miami has just 1 left-hand starting hitter. 2-1 the count. Fouled away. 2-2. Two down here in the 6th inning. Turner opened up with a walk. Steele second, couple of fly balls, and he's still out there at second base. Off speed, fouled away. Good change. 2-2. Ken Roberts is pitching in only his 5th big league game. He had 3 innings under his belt prior to tonight. And Kendrick goes down, and that does it for the Dodgers. Despite the opening walk and a stolen base, they leave Turner. Nice inning for Roberts. And at the end of 6, 4-2 Dodgers. Have your own Tommy Lasorda Garden Gnome presented by Chef Marito Seasoning. You can get yours May 25th at 5:10, the Dodgers and the Atlanta Braves. Go to Dodgers.com/promotions. Come to the ball game, and you can have your Tommy Lasorda Garden Gnome. Juan Nicasio now ready to start on his own. He had to come in, remember, and face 4 batters. He struck out 2 of them. Now it'll be Drew Stubbs to start it off. Drew Stubbs is struggling with the bat. Doesn't mean he can't hit one out. He has 2 home runs, 5 RBIs, but he's had only 35 at-bats, and he has struck out 21 times. Still dangerous. Good bat. Here we go. Ball 1. 1-0 to Drew. Stubbs out of Atlanta, Texas. Originally a first-round pick by the Reds. 1-1. Stubbs with Cincinnati 5 years ago had 22 home runs, 77 runs batted in. 1-2. Last year with the Rockies, he struck out 138 times. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Fouled away. Drew is from Atlanta, but it's Atlanta, Texas. That's in the northeast corner of Texas near Texarkana. Population about 5,700. He went to the University of Texas. Quarterbacked the high school team. Ran on the relay team. Played basketball and was a terrific baseball player. And the salutatorian of his class in high school. 2-2. He was also named the top English, math, and Spanish student in the school. So I would say Drew Stubbs was a big man in the big state of Texas. 2-2. By the way, he stands 6'4". Two balls, 2 strikes. Ball 3. Stubbs has good genes. His dad went to Louisiana Tech and ran track for 4 years. 3-2. Got him. So Stubbs now in 36 at-bats has struck out 22 times. That also means Nicasio has struck out 3 in a row. 1 down, and here's Charlie Blackmon, started in center, now playing left, hitting .291. Carlos Gonzalez on deck. Blackmon single to left, grounded to third, struck out. Anderson struck out 8. Big bouncer to Gonzalez. He'll spot the throw. Nice play. 2 down. So Carlos Gonzalez coming up. Grounded to second, struck out, walked, and scored a run.
Number 5, Carlos Gonzalez.
Another left-hander gets up down in the Colorado bullpen. That would be Boone Logan. Carlos 0 for 2. And ball 1. Carlos Gonzalez, a very high-priced left-hand batter for Colorado. And a strike. You wonder how he's done against two of the top left-handers of the generation. Clayton Kershaw, he's hitting .167. Against Madison Bumgarner, he's hitting .350. 1-1. Ball two. In his first year in the National League, Carlos Gonzalez won the batting title back in 2010. He hit a cycle that year, and it was a walk-off home run to complete the cycle. The only players to have ever hit for the cycle and polished it off with a walk-off home run: Kenny Boyer, Cesar Tovar, George Brett, and Dwight Evans. Cargo quite a favorite in Denver, as well he should be. 3-1. 3-2. 2 out, 7th inning. Dodgers trying to hold on to a 4-2 lead. Just off the plate for ball 4. So Cargo walks for the second time. Nicasio right around the plate, but still missed it. So there'll be 2 out, 1 on, and Troy Tulowitzki coming up. Tulowitzki tonight struck out twice and lost a hit on a good play by Jimmy Rollins. Ball 1. Tulowitzki and Nicasio have never faced each other. 1 ball and no strikes. 4-2 Dodgers, 2 out, 7th inning. And ball 2. Gonzalez has not been involved in a stolen base. With 2 out and Tulowitzki representing the tying run, you don't really expect Gonzalez to gamble. After Tulowitzki, you have the right hand hitting Nolan Arenado. 2 balls, no strikes. In there, 2-1. Four runs, 7 hits for the Dodgers. 2 runs, 6 hits for Colorado. Game 1 of the 4-game series. Dodgers have beaten Colorado 5 straight this year. Going back to last year, 8 in a row. Foul back. And of course for the Rockies, they arrived here with an 11-game losing streak. Their worst record was their first year in Denver back in 1993. That young club lost 13 in a row. Charlie Blackmon and company trying to dodge that. Two and two to number 2 with 2 out. Going after a bad ball. Tulowitzki struck out twice on check swings. This time he chases one to strike out a 3rd time. That's also 4 strikeouts for Nicasio. And at the end of 6.5, 4-2 Dodgers. 4-2 in favor of the Dodgers. A couple of selfies being taken place as we go to the bottom of the seventh. Dodgers leading 4-2. Adrian Gonzalez to start it off. Drives one to center. Stubbs going back, makes a turn. It's going to be off the wall. Adrian on his way to second base with a double. For the Dodgers, they now have 5 doubles in the game, and Adrian has 2 of them.
Number 33,
So now we take another look. Breaking ball, and he just went down and got it over the head of Stubbs. Bangs up against the boards. Though Gonzalez doubled home 2 in the first inning, walked and scored, and now doubles in the 7th. Van Slyke 1 for 3. Ball 1. Van Slyke robbed of a hit on a fine play in the 3rd inning by Nolan Arenado. Hitting after Van Slyke, Yasmani Grandal. In the Dodger bullpen, Chris Hatcher begins to loosen up, and that's fouled away. 1 ball and 1 strike. Giants lost tonight to the Reds 4-3. A Dodger victory would put last year's world champion 6.5 games back of the Dodgers. One and 2. Van Slyke hitting .364. Breaking ball slapped wide to third. Arenado looks the runner back and throws out Van Slyke. So 1 out. Gonzalez holding at second, and Yasmani Grandal coming up. What's ahead for the Dodgers? A lot against Colorado. Tomorrow night with Kershaw, Saturday night with Greinke, Sunday afternoon with Bolsinger. Dodgers go up to San Francisco for 3 and come right back and play San Diego and Atlanta. Talking about playing San Diego, the Padres are pounding the Nationals 8-2 in the 6th inning. And there goes the runner, Gonzalez to third. He is out. Adrian Gonzalez, of all people, trying to steal third. That's a shock. So Hundley nails him. Just a moment, because Mattingly is asking to double check. Take another look. High throw, the tag on the thigh, and now Mattingly is saying, I'm convinced, I want you to look. It looks like the tag on the thigh before the foot, but we'll wait for the umpires. You remember that Mattingly was kicked out of the game, arguing about a play against the Marlins. So the umpires checking with New York. The third base umpire, Marty Foster, was the one who made the call. Here's another look. Arenado coming down. The tag's going to be on the thigh there, and it looks like the dirt's between the bag and Adrian's foot. So I would think they're going to call him out. We'll wait and see. Awfully close. The tough thing, too, is the umpire is behind the bag. That makes it twice as tough. That would be a big surprise for Adrian to steal third. In fact, big size for Adrian to steal a base. So we just wait. 4-2 Dodgers. Adrian had a stolen base last year, a stolen base the year before, and 2 stolen bases the year before that. He is out. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good call. It was close, but the dirt was between Adrian's foot and the bag, and the tag was made by Arenado. So 2-5 if you're scoring. 2 down in the 7th. Grandal batting right-handed. That's a strike. Grandal grounded out, struck out, single to center. All 3 at-bats. He was hitting left-handed. Now going the other way. For Grandal, hitting .297 left, .300 right, but he's only 3 for 10 batting right-handed. And ball 3. Andre Ethier waiting on deck. So Gonzalez doubles, tries to steal third after Van Slyke grounds out, and he's nailed. Justin Turner has a few words to say, I'm sure, to Gonzalez. 3-2. He had money way out in front of that. Chad Bettis went 5. Ken Roberts working his 2nd inning. And Turner still having fun. Off speed, and it's going to go up the middle for a base hit. So a changeup. Yasmani was out in front and still got just enough of it. And of course, had Gonzalez been safe, or had he stayed at second, the inning would still be very alive with 1 out, and or a run maybe in. So Grandal is 2 for 4, and here's Andre Ethier. Double, a long out, and a walk. The long out was a great running catch by Charlie Blackmon. That was in the 5th inning. The pitcher, Juan Nicasio, would be due up next. Alex Guerrero is out on deck. Ground foul, 0-1. By the way, it seems like yesterday we were talking about this day in Dodger history, and we were talking about Don Drysdale beginning the string of 58 scoreless innings. This was also the day we celebrate the birthday of Brian Hagan, our outstanding statistician, who does a heck of a lot more than keep numbers. He's the one who gives us all the interesting tidbits that we pass along, and we are grateful indeed for his remarkable work. Happy birthday, Brian. 0-2 the count to Andre Ethier. Time. If that rain delay lasted any longer, we'd have missed Brian's birthday. No balls, 2 strikes. And a slicing fly ball on the run is Stubbs to pick it off. So the Dodgers get a couple of hits and lead 1. Gonzalez out trying to steal third. And at the end of 7, Dodgers 4, Rockies 2. fact, we had an hour and 25-minute rain delay. Just the word rain in Southern California puts it a headline far and above everything else. But there's also been a pretty good game played here as we go to the top of the 8th inning. Willen Rosario hit the first pitch from Brett Anderson for a home run to right field. He also had a base hit his next time up. Jimmy Rollins doubled in the first inning and scored as Gonzalez doubled him in. Adrian with 2 doubles, a couple of ribbies, a run scored, and the Dodgers have used Anderson for 5 1/3. Nicasio was brilliant for an inning and 2/3, and now they give the ball to Chris Hatcher. Hatcher, as those numbers would indicate, has had a lot of trouble. An ERA of 6.5, and the opposition hitting almost .290 against him. So Chris coming in, and he will face Nolan Arenado, then Willen Rosario, and Roberts the pitching spot. Arenado grounded to first, lined out to second, and singled up the middle. Right. 0-1 to Nolan. Arenado hitting .295. Whoops. That mound has to be a little treacherous after all the rain and the sand. Plus the fact he is the 5th pitcher to be out there. The bullpens are busy. Paco Rodriguez in the Dodger pen. That's a ball. Rafael Betancourt, the right-hander, in the Rockies bullpen. One ball and 1 strike. And a mile-high pop fly to left. Scotty puts that away, and we have 1 down here in the 8th inning. Willen Rosario hit the first pitch for a home run in the 2nd inning, hitting it to right field. Rosario came into the game hitting .308, and his average now has jumped all the way up to .345. And a strike, 0-1. Daniel Descalso. You may remember Danny playing for the St. Louis Cardinals. Descalso out on deck. Fastball hit to short. Rollins from the rim. Long throw in the dirt. Nice backhand play by Adrian Gonzalez. 2 down in the 8th inning. And Roberts now will come out. He will give way for Descalso. Danny hitting just under 100. 2 runs batted in. Rick Honeycutt going out to make sure they know how they want him pitched. Meanwhile, Dodger bullpen resting a little while as Descalso is being announced. Jimmy Garcia has gotten up. Descalso, for the last 5 years, had been with the St. Louis Cardinals. His best year, he hit .265. He grew up and played T-ball against the Giant shortstop Brandon Crawford. Check swing for a strike. Descalso went to the University of California, Davis. He's from San Carlos. 0-1. And hit in the air. Right there is Scotty at the other end of it. So Descalso flies to left. 1-2-3 inning. And at the end of 7 1/2, it remains 4-2 Dodgers. Dodger Baseball on Sportsnet LA is brought to you by Nissan. Get to Nissan's ride of your life for exciting performance and surprising offer. Shop at ChooseNissan.com. Bottom of the 8th inning is 4-2 Dodgers. Rafael Betancourt coming in now to pick up the pieces, try to keep the Dodgers quiet, and hope his ball club can rise to the occasion in the 9th inning. The Betancourt getting his warm-ups in. It's been Chad Bettis, then it was Ken Roberts, and now it is Rafael Betancourt. Alex Guerrero will be batting for Chris Hatcher, and then it'll be Justin Turner and Jock Peterson. Alex Guerrero, a very aggressive hitter, and it certainly paid off, hitting .370 with 6 home runs and 16 runs batted in. All of that in just 54 at-bats. Of course, one reason, too, 4 for 9 as a pinch hitter, with 2 home runs and 5 runs batted in. And first ball swinging, ground ball to Tulowitzki. That'll be that, 1 away.
Number 10,
Justin Turner came in to play third base after the rain. Walked, stole a base, but they left him. Rafael Betancourt from Cumaná in Venezuela, facing Justin Turner. Turner finishing up at third base in a game where Juan Uribe made a rare start of late. If you are not keeping score and you wonder about the Rockies in the 9th inning, it will be Nick Hundley, the catcher, who has struck out all 3 times tonight. Then DJ LeMahieu, who is 1 for 3. And then the center fielder, Drew Stubbs, who struck out. High foul, out of play. Juan Nicasio came in for an inning and 2/3, and he was brilliant. Gave up a hit and a walk and struck out 4. Rafael Betancourt, 40 years old. Betancourt started pitching. Well, he was signed by the Red Sox in 1993. Rafael always pulls at the bill of the cap. Has been kind of a trademark ever since he came up with the Indians. Fastball hit in the air down the right field line. Gonzalez coming over, fair ground. 2 down. Say, friends, follow the Dodgers all season this year with MLB.com at bat, the #1 app for live baseball. At bat is up to the moment at any moment with in-game highlights, live look-ins, replay reviews, radio broadcasts, statcasts, and more. You can get MLB.com at bat for your smartphone or your tablet. 2 down, 8th inning. Jock Peterson flied to left, grounded to first, hit into a force play, and flied to center. So 0 for 4 and hitting .245. A little out in front of that. 0-1. Betancourt was an infielder when he was signed in 1993 with the Red Sox. Became a pitcher in 1997. High fly ball, very playable. Charlie Blackmon. All right. So the Dodgers go very quickly in the 8th inning. And now we go to the 9th. Yimi Garcia will be coming in from the Dodger bullpen with Hundley, LeMahieu, and Stubbs due up. And we're heading to the 9th. 4-2. Four to 2 Dodgers. Yimi Garcia coming out of the bullpen. Anderson went 5 1/3. Nicasio went an inning and 2/3. Then Hatcher worked an inning. And now we'll have Garcia trying to close it up. Not only trying to close it up, a couple of streaks would still be very much alive. The Rockies are on the edge of losing their 12th in a row. The Dodgers are 3 outs away from beating the Rockies all 6 times this year and 9 times in a row going back to the end of last year. Rafael Betancourt shut him down with 7 pitches. And now Garcia will be pitching to Nick Hundley, who has struck out 3 times tonight. Four-two Dodgers in the 9th. Dodgers will remain, should they win, 5 games in front of San Diego, but they would be 6.5 games in front of the Giants. A drive to right center. Here comes Peterson, and he has to backhand it on a bounce. So Hundley, who is 0 for 3, comes up with a base hit.
Number 9, DJ LeMahieu.
DJ LeMahieu has grounded to second, single to right, and struck out. 1 for 3. LeMahieu came in hitting .327. He has 1 home run, 14 runs batted in, 1 for 3 tonight. And remember, Drew Stubbs on deck. Good fastball, 0-1. Tying run at the plate for the Rockies. 4-2 Dodgers in the 9th. Tomorrow night, Clayton Kershaw and Eddie Butler. Saturday night, Zach Greinke and Jorge De La Rosa. Sunday, Mike Bolsinger and Kyle Kendrick. 0-1. 0-2. Padres are breezing against the Nationals. They're beating Washington 8-2 in the 8th inning. One and two. LeMahieu taking a little walk to get out from under that. Fastball that just sailed up and in. DJ down, but okay. One ball and two strikes. On the hands, another good fastball. Garcia with a record of 2-0. His earned run average is 1.8. 6 walks, 24 strikeouts. Fastball. Whoa. At 95. Bill LeMahieu strikes out a second time.
Number 13, Drew Stubbs.
Brett Anderson struck out 8. Nicasio struck out 4. Now Garcia gets one. Stubbs struck out in the 7th inning. Line drive down the left field line. Going to second is Hundley, and he will hold up. So a line drive single by Stubbs, and with 1 out in the 9th inning, the Rockies have the tying runs aboard. Down in the Dodger bullpen, J.P. Howell begins to loosen up. And here's Charlie Blackmon, left-hand hitter, followed by Carlos Gonzalez, a left-hand batter.
Number 19, Charlie Blackmon.
However, Howell will stay in the bullpen, it looks, and Garcia will continue to pitch. Blackmon single to left, grounded to third, struck out, and grounded out. And now Honeycutt going out to talk to Garcia how to pitch to Blackmon. So 2 on, 1 out, 9th inning, and the Dodgers trying to hold on to a 4-2 lead. Charlie Blackmon, a very good all-around ball player, runs especially well. He'd be tough to double up, but he's also a very talented hitter. Charlie hit .288 for the Rockies last year and stole 28 bases. So he's a powerhouse. This year he came in hitting .289 with 5 home runs, 14 RBIs, and 4 stolen bases. So Blackmon out of Dallas, Texas. Up there with Hundley, feeling better after striking out 3 times, getting a base hit. Stubbs at first, after all his strikeouts, getting a base hit. And the batter is Blackmon. Well, the numbers tell the story about J.P. Howell. Normally, you would expect to see Howell with back-to-back left-hand batters. However, J.P. against left-hand hitters, they are hitting .412 against him. So they'll bypass him with Blackmon and Gonzalez. Two on, 1 out, 9th inning. Oh and 1. 0 and 2. Dodgers scored 2 in the first inning. The Rockies came back with 1. Dodgers added 1 to lead 3-1. Added yet another in the 5th inning to lead 4-1. The Rockies came back with a run in the 6th inning to make it 4-2, and that's it here in the 9th. 0-2 to Blackmon. fastball at the knees. Blackman angry but walks away. That'd be 14 Rockies have struck out. Here's that pitch. Right on the edge and just above the knees. So 2 down. The batter now, Carlos Gonzalez. The Cargo grounded out, struck out, walked, scored a run, and walked again. On deck, Troy Tulowitzki. And ball 1. So Anderson with 8 strikeouts. Nicasio had 4. Garcia has picked up 2. Meanwhile, Hundley at second and Stubbs the tying run at first. 2 out. A pickoff play backhanded by Rollins, but not any way to get Hundley. Grandal took a shot at him. Of course, remember the combination of Hundley and Grandal in San Diego. Little daylight, then the throw sailed. 2-0 to Carlos Gonzalez and Troy Tulowitzki on deck. Gonzalez 0 for 2. Tulowitzki is 0 for 4. Right side of the Dodger infield, as deep as you can play on the rim. Kendrick and Adrian Gonzalez guarding the foul line. The outfield is very deep. Jock Peterson just a tad towards right center. Ethier very deep in right. 2-1 to Carlos Gonzalez, and the ball game on the line. Time. Grandal going out to talk. In the inning, Hundley, who had struck out 3 times, singled to center. LeMahieu struck out, but Stubbs singled to left. Then Blackman struck out, and here's Gonzalez. 2 balls and 1 strike. The plate umpire, Mike Muchlinski, asking Grandal to move it along. It's 11:31 here in Los Angeles. Game started at 7:10, but we had an hour and 25-minute rain delay. Two balls and 1 strike. And a high drive into deep right field. That one is gone. A 3-run home run by Carlos Gonzalez, and the Rockies are leading 5-4. So a big home run by a big hitter, and the Rockies, trying desperately to snap an 11-game losing streak, have waited until the 9th inning, and they take a Garcia fastball for the home run. For Yimi Garcia, that would be the 2nd home run that he has allowed this year. So Cargo got a pitch around the knees and hit it out. So it is 5-4 in favor of Colorado. Remember, just a couple of nights ago, Christian Yelich hit a home run in the 9th inning. And then the Dodgers came back with Van Slyke's home run. Here's Tulowitzki. He struck out 3 times and grounded out. But Gonzalez comes up with the big one. 0-1 the count. Half swing for a strike. When the Dodgers come up in the bottom of the 9th inning, Jimmy Rollins, Howie Kendrick, and Adrian Gonzalez. Down in the bullpen, John Axford, the right-hander, loosening up for Colorado. So Axford getting ready. High pop fly. Going out for it is Kendrick. Coming in is Peterson. It will be Peterson. So Jock Peterson stays with it, but it's an out too late for the Dodgers. A 3-run home run by Cargo. And we go to the bottom of the ninth. 5-4 Colorado. Thanks to Carlos Gonzalez, the Rockies lead the Dodgers 5-4. The note on Cargo, it was his 16th career home run against the Dodgers, but only 4 of the 16 hit here at Dodger Stadium. But he picked quite a time to bruise young Yimi Garcia with the 3-run home run in the 9th inning. So the Dodgers now try to battle back against John Axford. John, a Canadian from Ontario in Canada, big fella at 6'5", 210, was with the Brewers, although he was originally signed by the Yankees. He never made it to the big leagues with New York. He went with the Brewers, then he had 1 year with the Cardinals. Last year he was with the Indians and the Pirates, and now here he goes against the Dodgers. Axford, a good ERA of 1.5 in 7 games. He has not allowed a home run. Jimmy Rollins, 1 for 3, a double and a walk. Ball 1. So 5 runs, 9 hits for the Rockies, who come up with 3 runs in the 9th inning. And a fly ball to right field. Cargo coming in. Easy play for him. 1 away.
Number 47, Howie Kendrick.
That'll bring up Howie Kendrick. In looking at John Axford against the Dodgers, Howie Kendrick, being in the American League, never faced him. On deck, Adrian Gonzalez, who is 0 for 1 against him. Andre Ethier does have a home run in the past against Axford. Strike. Howie Kendrick, single to right, grounded out twice, struck out, 1 for 4. And a 1-ball, 1-strike count. So John Axford, who is 32 years old, originally signed professionally, getting ready to face Adrian Gonzalez. Axford had Tommy John surgery in 2004. 1-2. Being 6'5" and standing on that 10-inch mound, Axford really pitches downhill. That last pitch was a perfect example of pitching downhill. Two and two. So all of a sudden, Andre Ethier, Justin Turner, no laughs in the Dodger dugout. And a breaking ball up the middle, smothered by LeMahieu, and on his knees, throws and got him. Big play by DJ LeMahieu. Remember, he's a Gold Glover, a tall 6'4" second baseman, and he makes a big play. Well, it didn't seem like that big a deal back in the 7th inning. Remember when Gonzalez doubled and with one out tried to steal third and they got him, and then Grandal got a base hit? Well, that would have been an extra run. They don't have that extra run, and now with 2 out, thanks to that play by LeMahieu, the Dodgers have 1 out left, down 5-4. Ball 1. Adrian doubled in 2, struck out, walked and scored, doubled, and then tried to steal third base. Yimi Garcia made 17 pitches, and one of them to Gonzalez might cost him the game. I don't know what happened behind home plate. We couldn't see. It's underneath. But for a moment there, the plate umpire, Mike McClinsky, started walking back. And again, there's something going on back there. Is it that fella standing up? Machlinsky now is going to come back, and I think he's asking for an usher to come and take the guy out. I don't know where an usher is. No one in authority to be seen. It's not anybody hollering. The umpires have heard everything. It had to be something that maybe was distracting Axford. 1 ball and no strikes to Adrian Gonzalez. And ball 2. Betancourt, who made 7 pitches, could be the winning pitcher. And ball 3. Scott Van Slyke on deck. That would be Beard against Beard. Three balls, no strikes. And Gonzalez aboard. So Axford gives up the walk. Scott Van Slyke will be the hitter. And Kike Hernandez is going to run for Adrian Gonzalez. Well, remember Monday night after the home run by Yelich, Scotty came up and hit one of his own, and the Dodgers won the game 5-3. Now he's up here with the Dodgers losing 5-4. And he has a man at first, Hernandez, running for Gonzalez. Scott Van Slyke struck out, grounded out, single, grounded out again. Ball 1. One of the ground balls that was in the third inning would have been a base hit. instead of a diving stop and throw by Nolan Arenado. And ball 2. 5 runs, 9 hits for Colorado. 4 runs, 9 hits for the Dodgers. Carlos Gonzalez, big home run, 3-run home run in the 9th inning, turning the game completely around. 2-0. And foul back, 2-1. When people ask Scotty, how about your great improvement as a hitter? And he came into the game hitting .365. The number one thing, he has played enough now to be totally relaxed. Two balls, 1 strike. And a good fastball. 2-2. Outfield straight away on Van Slyke. The infield swung around. LeMahieu plugging up the middle. Now back. Three runs in the 9th inning on the home run by Carlos Gonzalez, turning a 4-2 Dodger lead on its head. So it's been Bettis, Roberts, Betancourt, and Axford, Anderson, Nicasio, Hatcher, and Garcia for the Dodgers. Betancourt to win, Garcia to lose as it now stands. Got him. So for the Dodgers, no miracle in the 9th inning. For Colorado, a miracle in the fact that their 11-game losing streak is over thanks to the home run by Carlos Gonzalez. 5-9-0 for the Dodgers, 4-9-1, and certainly the play of the game had to be the 9th inning with 2 on and 2 out. Carlos stepped in against Jimmy Garcia and hit one of those no doubt about it home runs, a little more than halfway up the pavilion in right field. So tomorrow night, game 2 of the series, Clayton Kershaw and